Good afternoon and welcome to the 2025 edition of the Defiance County Fair and to the show arena as we are getting ready for the first of several live streams coming your way right here on the HIX-TV YouTube channel. I'm Bill Murphy with Hicksville Community Television I'm the station manager alongside Chris Warner is here with me tonight. Chris, of course, helping out, overseeing the live stream. How you doing, Chris?
Not too bad. Enjoying the heat.
Yes, indeed. It is a warm and sultry evening. And over the next few hours, we're going to be determining a lot of grand champions for the 4-H Beef Show. We're glad to have you with us. And as we get ready to get started at 5 o'clock this evening, we wanted to pop on first. Of course, so when they get started, we will turn off the microphone that we're using right now and go to the field mics so that you can hear all the action from down in the show arena. But we did want to get you up on a few things before we get started. Number one is we do want to say a big thank you to all the underwriters that are making our coverage possible. That includes, of course, the Junior Fair Board and the Ohio Extension, and Teresa Johnson, 4-H. So we want to thank them so very much for asking us to be out here again this year. We will be doing the beef show tonight, the swine show on Sunday, the sheep show on Tuesday morning, also the animal and me and the mutton busting on Wednesday, and of course the sale of champions, the livestock sale on Friday morning. So we want to thank them for, again, inviting us to come back out and be your exclusive live stream provider here on the HIX-TV YouTube channel. Thanks to the SMTA, Sherwood Mutual Telephone Association, for the excellent Wi-Fi that they have here at the fairgrounds. And also to our other underwriters that include Bruce Guilford Real Estate and Auctioneering Associations in downtown Hicksville, Ohio. If you're interested in real estate buying or selling, be it commercial, agricultural, residential, whatever, or if you want to get the latest auction calendar, check them out online at guilford-realestate.com. And we also want to thank the Hicksville Bank, member FDIC, the Hicksville Bank with their main branch in downtown Hicksville, Ohio, other branches throughout Northwest Ohio, Northeast Indiana. You can check them out online for all the branches, their hours of operation, and all the financial services they provide for you and your family at www.thb.bank. And also, I got to move some stuff around here real quick. A big thank you to the Hicksville Volunteer Firemen's Association. They're a 501c3 nonprofit organization that is established to enhance the operations of the Hicksville Fire Department and give back to the community. The association conducts fundraisers. They just had one this morning. You were out washing cars, weren't you?
Yes, I was. Yeah, we were washing cars from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. this morning.
Yes, indeed. Fundraisers that generate financial support, which is then used to purchase equipment, gear, and tools. Additionally, the funds are used to provide training for the firefighters, ensuring they are well prepared for emergency situations. You're getting ready to take EMS class.
Yes, starting in September, I will be in the EMT basic class.
All right, there we go. The association typically operates as a charitable entity, aiming to improve public safety and support the fire department's mission through the community involvement and donations, such as their many breakfasts, bingos, and children's Christmas. So we want to thank them so very, very much for that. And they're introducing some VIPs down on the floor. I do want to run through real quickly. The order that they are going to be going through this evening. The beef show is going to start with the showmanship classes. There will be the senior, intermediate, junior, and beginner showmanships. And they will have then overall dairy and beef dairy showmanship. So we will go through the showmanship classes first. And there are 13 of those, including, we'll finish up with the Pee Wee showmanship. Then we will move on to the various classes of feeder calves. There are 12 different categories for the feeder calves. Then breeding, there will be 2 categories for breeding. And we will finish off with the market steer and heifers. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 market heifers. Then the lightweight beef steers. And again, they will come down to the overall champion show of show. So we're going to be here for a while here tonight. We invite you to come on out and join us if you're on the fairgrounds. And if not, we hope you enjoy this live stream coverage that we have for you here on the Hicksville Community Television. And again, I want to thank Teresa Johnson from OSU Extension, the Junior Fair Board and 4-H for inviting us to come out here this evening. This is the first of several live streams that we'll be doing throughout the week. Again, we'll be back here again on Sunday night for the swine show. And then Christopher's going to be over in the grandstand for the Senior Fair Board's Parade of Bands on Monday night.
Yes, I will be.
All right. And then Tuesday, we'll be here on Tuesday morning for the Sheep Show. Wednesday, our weekly live update at HIX-TV that oversees all the things that were going on at the station will be here live from the show arena at 4 o'clock. At 4:30, it'll be the Animal and Me show. First time that we've ever done this one, Chris. It's this is the 3rd year. It pairs up special needs kids with a 4-H or FFA member to show an animal. We're looking forward to that. And then when that wraps up at about 6:30, 6:45, we're going to hang around because for the 3rd year, we're going to be live streaming the mutton busting, which is a lot of fun on a Wednesday night.
Yes. Mutton busting is one of my favorite events they have here at the fair.
We are looking forward to that. Thursday, we'll take the night off because we'll be doing some volleyball over at the school. And Friday, we'll have a live stream coming to you from Aces Field as the Aces kick off the regular season of football hosting Patrick Henry. But you're going to be here. Now, this is kind of cool because you are a firefighter. We've made special arrangements. You're strapping a GoPro to your helmet, so you're going to be covering the demolition derby, but you're going to be like first person right there in the middle of the action.
Yeah, so with the Hicksville Fire Department, we provide the fire services for the demolition derby. Of course, with those type of vehicles, anything can happen. So we're always right there. We're ready. So it's going to be a nice point of view as well in case something does happen. You can get some cool shots too because we're about 5 feet from the vehicles.
Yes. So this is kind of an experiment. We've never done it before. We're not sure how it's going to turn out, but we're looking forward to see how the footage shakes out. And I think it might be kind of a cool experience. And then Saturday, the final day of the fair, we're taking the day off.
Yeah, yes, we are.
All right. It's a 2025 beef show. They're ready to get started. They're making the announcement out on the floor. So I'm going to stop talking, and we'll go down to the floor announcers. And we hope you enjoy the live coverage here on the HIX-TV YouTube channel.
Riley and Logan Schrader. On deck, we have Beef Intermediate Showmanship, Kaylin Kreitz, Aubrey Hall, Levi Mavis, and Kendra Vetter. Our judge tonight is Sarah Evans. She is a beef producer from Mount Sterling, Ohio. She is an OSU graduate in animal science, and she was the first female on OSU's livestock and meat judging teams. She is a retired teacher and communication specialist and a former 4-H advisor and judging team coach. She has judged for over 5 decades in 4-H and open livestock shows at the county, state, and national levels in 14 states. Thank you for joining us, Sarah.
If you go around outside, you can crawl underneath. Take it in the bag.
Where are you going?
Let's see if I can get either milkshake or something to drink. Want anything?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to chance me squeezing by. My wife wants me back out of here. Go figure.
Let's give our seniors a nice round of applause for their effort today. It's a hot night and we're just getting started, so we're going to move them right along. I think all 5 youngsters did a really, really nice job explaining the strengths and the weaknesses that they have in their particular animal. A good showman needs to know that, so you know before you come into the ring how you're going to set those feet, how high you're going to hold that head, how you're going to place those front legs. And I think all 5 youngsters really did a nice job in answering that question that I gave them. I think the young man up here with the big black steer, I think he's the most complete showman. He will win our class here tonight. I really like the calm attitude that he has. The cat responds extremely well to him. He never had a problem at moving him wherever he needed to move. He always kept those feet where they needed to be, and he's got a real structurally sound calf anyhow, and that's a really, really big help. He did a nice job with his lead in. He kept the head up, but not too high. He handles his show strap and his stick accordingly and appropriately, and he retouched his animal with his comb after I hit him. So I think just a really, really nice competitor here. His cap is clipped and clean, no dandruff, a good hair coat, just a real complete. The young lady in second, I think, follows along in the same kind of vein. She had a little bit more difficulty getting him stopped sometimes. He wanted to move around a little bit more on her, and sometimes they get a little bit nervous out here, and you just have to remember to kind of take it slow, breathe a little bit, kind of get them back under control. I think she's an excellent showman. I think this cat was just a little bit nervous tonight, and I think that can happen to anybody. The young lady in third spot did an excellent job answering my questions about that race. Her heifer kind of was a little more antsy, kind of threw her head around a little bit more. She had to work a little bit harder to get her set up properly. Kind of got her put together pretty quickly. She moved at the proper pace, and she did a nice job of the question. The young lady with the cream-colored heifer, also super good on the questions. I really like the way she analyzed that particular heifer. I think she had a little bit more difficulty. The young lady with the
Turn her up.
right up there in those front legs.
Yeah, here, everybody gets. I'll go down and talk to him.
Saves for that.
Maybe I'll help. You get up.
So, by and large, I think nice answers to my questions, and all 5 of them were very, very good competitors today.
Your winner for Beefs. Your winner for Beef Senior Showmanship goes to Logan Schrader, in second place Elizabeth Black, and in third place Caden Sauber. Now entering the ring is Beef Intermediate Showmanship. Kaylin Kreitz, Aubrey Hall, Levi Mavis, and Kendra Vetter. On deck is Beef Junior Showmanship, Audra Case, Faye Demlin, Jacob Saylor, Madison Sprout, Grant Stuckey, Natalie Troyer, and Raylan Vetter. In the hole is Beef Beginner Showmanship, Parker Case, Parker Kreitz, Audrey Limber, and Cole Schindler. Judge, this is your class. The Beef Senior Showmanship plaque was sponsored by Brian and Rachel Etzler and family.
Check.
Last year, deep show was 4 hours.
But
proud to feel my own too. God, you're not. Seriously. Awesome. That's freaking so proud of you. I really am. Well, Guildford, I know somebody that's in the market for their own bachelor degree. It's that hot tub and soundproof foods and tell this person, you know, Bruce, you can actually have Jake, you can actually have people you can talk to if you wanted to service. Yeah. That's probably not till next year sometime. Yeah, well, that's Bruce. That's Guildford right there. Well, I know that the basketball players are going to because the person that I'm looking forward. I'm really hoping that it can work things out. So week 2 through 10, I can have a 3-man crew with you, Ryan, and myself. So even if the team is not the best, live stream program.
Let's give these intermediates a nice hand. All 4 of them worked really hard. They have cattle that they've worked with. You can tell that. They respond pretty nicely. I think the young lady down here with the shorthorn cross does the most consistent job in terms of being patient, moving her animal about the ring, staying out on the profile when we line them up so I can appreciate the total body length on the animal. She's very, very calm and very easygoing, and you can tell she spent a lot of time with this calf this spring because he responds so nicely. She walks him right up into the stance, and then she stops him, and he just stands there. So I think she had, in terms of animal control, probably the best control. And when you've got one that responds to you that well, it's pretty easy out here. Now, I think the young man with the big heifer, I think he is a super knowledgeable cattleman. I really like his answers. I really like the way he keeps the head up on that heifer. Sometimes he has a little bit of trouble with those hind feet, getting those hind feet. She lets herself kind of crawl up underneath her belly a little bit. But I think he had the most consistent speed as we come in. He made eye contact with me. That's one thing you do when you come in. You make contact with your judge, and then you move on and get down to the business of showing your animal. I think the young lady in third and fourth, I think they're pretty close. I think we could probably swap either one of those places. They are both really hard workers. They're very sincere. They try hard, but they're a little bit type A maybe, and that nervousness kind of goes down the halter into the calf, and those calves wouldn't hold still quite as well. They kind of wanted to be a little bit jumpy and a little bit pushy. The young ladies held on to them, and they both got them put together, but they had to work so much harder. And that's certainly not a detriment to them. It's probably a product of the heat and all of the noise. And these are both two really, really young calves as well. So I think they both did a nice job. I think this was a nice intermediate class, not a big one, but certainly a very good one.
In third place was Aubrey Hall, second place Levi Mavis, and first place Kaylin Kurtz. Kaylin's plaque was sponsored by Megan Wiles. Now entering the ring is Beef Junior Showmanship, Audra Case, Faye Demlin, Jacob Saylor, Madison Sprout, Grant Stuckey, Natalie Troyer, and Raylan Vedder. On deck is Beef Beginner Showmanship, Harper Case, Parker Kreitz, Audrey Limber, and Cole Schindler. In the hole is Dairy Beef Senior Showmanship, Samantha Mavis, Peyton Sierra, Owen Spicer, and Ike Webb. Judge, this is your class.
That windbreaker really is handy because it's high visibility, it's got the reflective stuff. So even if you have to like walk your dog at 2 in the morning up and down the road, you can see it. They're fraction the cost of the good tickets. Absolutely. You can afford to go in the monthly theaters to get dry cleaning now. Well, there will be in a lot of I'll get you some beans that bring up and talk to you. Get the dairy, and after that it should be quick because it's only 4. But each Brian right now has 6 kids, and my parents have 2. If you want little ones, you can bring up. Let me know.
Let's give these juniors a real nice hand. Nice big class, and they work really, really hard out here. Each one of these animals is very clean and well presented. They've been body clipped appropriately. They're clean, they don't have any dandruff. And you can tell that the boys and girls have done some work at home with them. I think the little gal down here with the big steer, I think she is the most consistent showman, and she will win our class. The calf responds so well to her. You can tell she spent a lot of time with him at home, and she's not afraid of him. She knows what she wants to do. She moves at the proper pace. He's very, very well presented. She keeps his head up. She keeps him on the profile when the judge is out across, looking across at the body length and the characteristics of the animal. The young lady in second, I think she's a real hard worker. Her calf's a little more nervous, and she's really had to work real hard to kind of keep that animal under control. But she's always able to get that steer back put together. She keeps the head up. She does a beautiful lead-in. She always has that calf looking his best when he's on the move. Now she has a little bit more difficulty getting those feet and legs set properly, or maybe quite as quickly and easily as the girl with the big steer, but I think she comes in second place pretty handily. The young lady in third spot, also a real hard worker. She has a nice calm demeanor. I like the way she very methodically goes about moving that animal. Now she had a little bit more difficulties keeping her out on the profile and then keeping her quiet, and the heifer wanted to kind of push her around a little bit, but that didn't bother her at all. Now if there's one thing I'd change, I would want to make sure that she doesn't drag that show strip, so that there would be a possibility that the calf would step on the show strap. But aside from that, I think she kind of fits into the middle part of this class nicely. The gal with the big red heifer, she's got a handful there, but you can tell that's her heifer, and that heifer knows that she means business. She's able to get her back under control. She had to work a lot harder to get her where she needed to be, but she does a very, very good job setting those feet and legs on that female. The other three out here, they're kind of a toss-up. I think they're hard workers. I want them to maybe pick up those heads just a little bit. Be a little bit more proud of your animal, especially when you're coming in the ring and you're leading around. Make sure that you keep that head up and you keep that calf moving. I think all three young men did a pretty good job setting feet and legs. Some of them have combs. If you have a comb, use it. After the judge handles, get that comb out and touch up. Even if it doesn't look bad, do it anyhow. Nice class.
In third place, Raylan Benner. Second place, Madison Sproul. And your winner is Natalie Troyer. Her plaque is sponsored by the Travis Lyles family. Now entering the ring is Beef Beginner Showmanship, Harper Case, Parker Kreitz, Aubrey Limber, and Cole Schindler. On deck is Dairy Beef Senior Showmanship, Samantha Mavis, Peyton Sierra, Owen Spicer, and Ike Webb. In the hole is Dairy Beef Intermediate Showmanship, Ethan Guilford, Tegan Holbrook, Olivia Schindler, Trace Schooley, Cannon Schrader, Graham Schrader, Oakley Schrader, Eliza Webb, and Weston Yoder. Judge, this is your class.
Let's give our beginners a nice round of applause. Got some hard workers again, all four of them. They certainly, I'm sure, enjoy working with their cattle. They seem to be hanging in there even when they're a little bit unruly and when they kind of knock them around a little bit. You can't have cattle and not have things happen. So you have to learn how to just kind of keep on keeping on. You do the best you can, you get them back under control, you stay calm, and you do the best that you can do for the situation. I think the young lady with the shorthorn does the most consistent job. She's a little taller, a little bit bigger, maybe has a little bit, not necessarily experience, but she's just got a little bit more size and than the other three youngsters out here. I think that sometimes makes a big difference. But she's very calm. She does a really good job setting those feet and legs where they need to be on that particular animal. She does a good job with her lead in. She keeps the head up and she moves the calf at the proper pace. The young man with the blue and white shirt there, he's had really his hands full. And most people would just throw up their hands and say, I don't want to do that. I don't want any part of that. But you know, he doesn't quit. He didn't give up. You can tell that he's worked with that calf, but that calf just doesn't want to be out here tonight. Nonetheless, I've gotten him into second spot in here because when he gets him out on the profile, he gets him set up, he gets the feet and legs where they need to be, he holds that show strap properly, and I think he's probably a pretty good showman. A lot better than that calf maybe makes him out to be. The little guy in the green shirt here, and the little gal in the green shirt, they both haven't had quite as much experience, but they know what they want to do, and they work at it, and they're fairly patient, but the cattle just aren't as responsive to them, and sometimes that happens with these young calves. So we certainly want to give them a nice hand for their effort and encourage them to keep up the good work.
In third place, you have Parker Kreitz. Second place, Cole Schindler. And your winner is Aubrey Limber. Her plaque was sponsored by Farmer Agriculturist 4-H Club. Now entering the deck is Dairy Beef Senior Showmanship. Samantha Mavis, Peyton Sierra, Owen Spicer, and Ike Webb. On deck is Dairy Beef Intermediate Showmanship, Ethan Guilford, Tegan Holbrook, Olivia Schindler, Trace Spooley, Cannon Schrader, Graham Schrader, Oakley Schrader, Eliza Webb, and Weston Yoder. In the hole is Dairy Beef Junior Showmanship, Sarah Jane Bach, and Owen Yoder. Judge, this is your class.
let's give our senior showman in the dairy contest a nice round of applause. They're good hard workers. The cattle are clean. The young man up here with the predominantly black Holstein cat, I think he's the most consistent and most uniform in his movements. He does a beautiful lead-in. He keeps that head up. He makes eye contact with his judge. He keeps his calf moving at the proper pace. He has a comb in his pocket. He uses it after the judge handles. I think he did an excellent job at keeping those hind feet nice and wide on that calf. He sets them appropriately. He keeps that head up and that spine straight. Very good job. Young man in the blue shirt and green shirt in second spot here, the longer he's out here, the better job he does. He works a little bit harder. He's very consistent. I just want him to kind of slow it down a notch. He gets a little bit speedy sometimes, and that makes his calf move around and dance around, and then he's got to reset him. But he does a really, really good job at feet and legs. Now he lets that calf's spine get all twisted, and his head kind of cranked around and turned around. And I just want you to remember to try to keep that spine nice and straight on your calf, and that will help you set your feet appropriately. But I think he's got a clean calf, and the calf responds well to him. The young lady with the big steer, she works really hard. He's just a big baby. Boy, oh boy, he just does whatever she asks him to do. Sometimes maybe she got down a little close to the fence, and sometimes she moved him about a little bit. When you got a great big animal like that, and he sets up as easy and as nice as he does, let him stand. Just let him stand as much as you can. She keeps that head up really good. He's very, very clean. She keeps that top line up. I think she is a very knowledgeable young cattle owner. The young man next in line also works really, really hard. Sometimes he lets his calf get a little dog-headed. He lets that calf's head get out and down. And what you want to do is just be proud of him. He's a really nice calf. He's got a lot of natural thickness, especially in that hind quarter. And as you're walking and moving him around, keep that head up. Give him a little bit more sharpness. I think he has a little bit more difficulty keeping those hind feet as wide as they need to be. Some calves stand pretty naturally wide, but I have found that if you practice a lot at home setting those feet, usually when you pull in, you don't have to fuss with them and fidget with them too much to get them wind out the way you like them. But I think he's a hard worker. I think he's a very knowledgeable young cattleman, and I really like his attitude.
In third place, Samantha Mavis. Second place, Ike Webb. And your winner is Peyton Sierra. His plaque was sponsored by Brian and Rachel Etzler and family. Now entering the ring is your dairy beef intermediate showmanship. Ethan Guilford, Tegan Holbrook, Olivia Schindler, Trace Schooley, Cannon Schrader, Graham Schrader, Oakley Schrader, Eliza Webb, and Weston Yoder. On deck is dairy beef junior showmanship, Sarah Jane Bach, and Owen Yoder. In the hole is dairy beef beginner showmanship, Renee Bach and Eric Johnston. For the overall showmanship, after we conclude dairy, we will need the top two winners from each showmanship class, and we will announce when that happens. Judge, this is your class.
How's the midway?
Not too bad, actually. A bunch of people wanted to talk to me, so
Okay.
what are we on here?
Intermediate dairy. After this, the juniors only have like 2, and the beginners only have like 2 or 3.
How much after that?
Then they'll bring out the top 2 from beef and dairy.
So we're almost done with show.
Yeah. Always takes the longest. Tomorrow, I'm going to see if girls want to come out and like grab lunch or whatever, or we need to do a slide show. In case I'll let you know, or even if they don't, I'll let you know. Maybe we can, you know, meet up here around 3 or 4 and grab something. We go through the black and burgers. Harris is going to let you go to the $6 new. lot of them do this for so much shit. But when you don't, you realize so much that's some kind of cool thing. Because otherwise, you won't.
What a nice big class. Let's give these kids a nice hand. There were some decisions to make here. This was not an easy class that kind of come together pretty smoothly and pretty easily. I think we've got 4 or 5 kids right here in the top end that are really super good. They've been paying attention, obviously. And that's a good thing to do, is to watch the classes that go in before your class to kind of see what the judge is doing and have some idea about how you're going to move about the show ring. I think all the animals are clean and well cared for. You can tell that the kids have spent a lot of hours with them because they're very, very calm. We don't have any unruly ones, and the kids have worked real hard. I think the young man up here, I really like his lead in. He brings that cap in, he keeps that head up, that spine straight. He's not a big calf, he's not a heavy muscle calf, but he does the best job at setting those feet and legs so that he gets the most out of the conformation that calf has to offer. And that's what a good showman does. That's what I like about the way he works. He's smooth, he's easygoing, the calf responds well to him, he stays on the profile. Wherever I am, I have a good view of the whole side of that calf. The young lady next to him, I think also, she has a tremendous calf. In terms of conformation and style and balance, you can tell she's worked with him a lot. But once in a while, she lets him get a little bit too narrow behind. And that's one thing on a beef animal, is you need to have those hind legs nice and wide so you accentuate that stifle thickness and the rear quarter muscling. I think she's really smooth. I think she's really sharp with her answers, and I think she's a very good showman. Likewise with the girl in the red shirt next to her. Also, her calf was a little bit more antsy. He wanted to kind of bounce around and jump around a little bit more on her, and she had to move him a little bit more. And because of that, you have to work harder. Every time you move a calf, then you got to get him pulled back in, you got to get those feet set right. So once you get him pulled in, you want to try and hold him as much as you can. But I think she does a nice job. The young man up here with the big white steer, he's real calm, he's real easygoing, very knowledgeable young man. His problem is he's got a great big frame steer, and this steer's a little bit light in his rear quarter. And the way we make him look a little bit better is to widen those hind legs out a little bit. He needs to be wider at the hock and wider at the heel. Aside from that, he does a really good job with his lead-in. He always has him on the profile. He keeps that top line up. I think he does a very, very consistent job. The next young man also, his calf just wanted to kind of wool him around a little bit. He had to work much harder to keep him under control, but he does a beautiful job on the walk, on the lead. It really, really eye-catching, and that calf is really, really clean, responds well. The rest of the youngsters out here, I think they've worked really, really hard. Some of them had to, they had a little bit of a hard time in keeping them pulled in and keeping them quiet and keeping them set once we got them lined up. But I think they're hard workers, and I think they're pretty good young cattlemen.
In third place is Olivia Schindler. Second place is Eliza Webb. And your winner is Cannon Schrader. His plaque was sponsored by a farmer
My turn to
agriculturist
see what's going on the midway.
4-H club. Now entering the ring is Dairy Beef Junior Showmanship, Sarah Jane Bach, and Owen Yoder. On deck is Dairy Beef Beginner Showmanship, Renee Bach, and Aaron Johnston. And in the hole is Overall Showmanship, in the hole is Overall Senior Beef and Dairy Showmanship, which we will need Logan Schrader and Elizabeth Bach, and Peyton Sierra and Ike Webb. Judge, this is your class.
Two good juniors here. Give them a hand. The young lady with the nice brown Swiss calf, he's immaculate. Boy, you don't see any dirt on him. You don't see any stains on him. She's done a really, really good job keeping his pen clean and getting him cleaned and set up and ready to come to the fair. I really like the way she does her lead-in. She keeps that head up, that spine straight. I think she probably has a lot of patience with this calf because he responds so well. The young man with the nice Holstein calf, also a hard worker. He handles his show stick appropriately, and his strap does a good job. He's got a few stains on the knee of his calf, but you know, when they're white like that, it's pretty easy to get stained and it's kind of hard to get them off. But he's clean otherwise. He doesn't have any dandruff. He's got his head clipped. He does a nice job, and I think he has a really nice attitude. He's a young cattleman that really enjoys doing what he does.
In second place, we have Owen Yoder, and in first place, Sarah Jane Bach. Her plaque was sponsored by Ethan and Caitlin Murray. Entering the arena is Dairy Beef Beginner Showmanship, Renee Bach, Eric Johnston. On deck, we have Senior Overall Dairy Beef Showmanship, which we need Elizabeth Bach, Logan Schrader, Ike Webb, and Peyton Sierra. In the hole is Dairy Beef Intermediate Overall Showman, which is Caitlin Kreitz, Levi Mavis, Cannon Schrader, and Eliza Wood.
a nice pair of beginners here. Give them a hand. They're both hard workers. They both have clean animals, and you can tell that they have spent some time together in the past months, working really hard. The young lady with the big steer, she does the most consistent job. She's able to move him about the ring easily and handily. She gets him set up quickly, and he's just a big puppy dog. You can tell that he likes what he's doing, and he likes her, and I think she likes showing cattle. It shows. A young man with a nice white Holstein calf here. He's done a really, really good job getting him cleaned up and ready to go. He handles his show stick appropriately. He needs to remember to kind of keep the head up on that calf as he walks him. The calf kind of bumps him a little bit, and he has a little bit of trouble moving around quite as smoothly, but a little more experience, a little bit more practice, and I think he'll become quite a good young showman, so future cattleman.
Your winner is Renee Bach, and second place is Eric Johnston. The plaque is sponsored by John and Dinah Henry. Now entering the ring is overall beef senior showmanship, Logan Schrader, Elizabeth Bott, Peyton Sierra, and Ike Webb. On deck is overall intermediate showmanship, Kaylin Kreitz, Levi Mavis, Cannon Schrader, and Eliza Webb. In the hole is overall dairy beef junior showmanship, Natalie Troyer, Madison Sproul, Sarah Jane Bach, and Owen Yoder. If your child would like to sign up for Pee Wee Showmanship, we still have sign-ups available.
What a nice senior showmanship overall contest. Give all four of them a hand. They've really worked hard. They've done a beautiful job. They make it look easy, and it's not. The young man in the blue shirt, he's a natural at this. He's got a calf that's push button. He responds so easily and so well. You can tell that he's got him trained. He can pull him right into the stance, and then he holds him. He's got a beautiful hair coat. He's done a very, very good job with his trimming and his fitting. He's a super knowledgeable cattleman when it comes to what he's feeding and why he's feeding it. And I'm really, really impressed. You could show for me any day. Very good. The young lady, she's our second today. She's got a beautiful calf in terms of that haircut. What a wonderful job she has done with him. He responds really well to her. He's a big butted steer with a lot of top in him. My only complaint is sometimes she lets him get a little close behind. That's the only thing I really criticize on her, but you can tell they've spent an awful lot of time together, and she really enjoys doing what she's doing. The young man in the green shirt with the smaller Holstein, I think he's just a natural. He just does a super smooth job. He doesn't have the best calf in the world to show, that's for sure, but he really gets everything out of him that he can. He's given it his all, and that's what showmanship is all about. And the young man with the nice white, predominantly white cap also. Super calm, really, really good at setting feet and legs. Nice job with these lead-in. I really had a hard time picking amongst them, and I think they're showing different kinds of cattle, and those calves with that hair, those calves that have been in the cooler, they're just a little, if you would, prettier. Now, we can't eat pretty. Pretty's not important, I guess, in beef cattle, but those nice big fluffy calves that the youngsters in first and second show just make an awesome picture. So all four of these kids did a good job. This is one judge's opinion on one day, and I certainly am very proud of all of the hard work that these kids put in showmanship this year. They're credit to your county.
In third place, Peyton Sierra. Second place, Elizabeth Bach. And your winner is Logan Schrader. His plaque was sponsored by the Defiance Police Officers Association. Now entering the ring is overall intermediate beef and dairy showmanship, Kaylin Kreitz, Levi Mavis, Cannon Schrader, and Eliza Webb. On deck is dairy and beef junior overall showmanship, I apologize. Sarah Jane Bach, Owen Yoder, Natalie Troyer, and Madison Sproul. In the whole is overall beef dairy beginner showmanship, Aubrey Limber, Cole Schindler, Renee Bach, and Eric Johnston. Judge, this is your class.
to get the president of the fair board to guide me around.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh. So when I get home, I'll check. If they're both the same, I'll bring both of them tomorrow to do on tape. Any showmanship yet?
No. This is intermediate overall.
Oh, I have a name and a phone number to give you. I'll either text it to you tonight or tomorrow, whatever. That's the person that you call around 4 or 5 o'clock on Monday that unlocked the press box for me.
Oh,
So I got a name and a number from the fair secretary.
how much did that cost you?
Same as last year.
How much? That's not too bad. I just won it for the cup.
Yeah, you think that's work.
Put water in it.
That's ice water.
Yeah.
That's what I used to do at Sodders. I had a thing like that, 64 ounces, and that's all I did. I filled it 1/3 of the way up with ice, the rest with water. They'd give me through an 8-hour shift. And she asked if we needed any other access during the fair, and I said no. I said we're not doing canceled cheerleading. Can't do peak catch because we go here doing mutton and whatever. So I said for Demolition Derby, I got a fireman wearing road club. All right. Of course, you're not doing the truck wall. I remember how exciting those were for both you and I. 1 in the morning when we get done.
It's not even that. I mean, you wore more things on headphones and that wasn't even.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, it was 12:45 when they were done. And you had to wait all that time, so I think there were just 2 big ass semis that just went, because they had like 1 million horsepower. It's like, done. Okay.
Looks like it's already done again.
That'd be nice. Although the rain at 2:30 did nothing but break the humidity and made it worse. But still, we'll hang in there. Nothing better to do on a Friday night or Saturday night.
Let's have a nice round of applause for the intermediate overall showman. This little gal with the Holstein feeder, she just does a really, really smooth, easy job. She makes it look like a piece of cake. And it's not. But I like her calm demeanor. She is very smooth in her movements. She always has that head up, does a beautiful lead-in, uses her show stick effectively to place those feet where they need to be. She does the best job of setting up feet and legs of pretty much anybody in the entire showmanship classes today. Young man in second also, really good out on the profile, really gets all he can out of that calf. He stands him out nice and wide behind. He keeps that head up and that spine nice and straight. He uses his show stick effectively as well. Very, very knowledgeable young cattleman. Young lady with the nice shorthorn cross calf. He gets a little tired and he won't hold for her. She does a good job bringing him in, leading him in, but once she gets him set up, then he gets a little tired, he gets a little antsy, and she has trouble getting him to hold. The young man with the big heifer really has improved a lot over the show today. He's done some things and made some changes on how he sets that calf up, and I think he just does a really thorough job. All 4 of them very, very good for intermediate age youngsters.
In third place is Kaylin Kreitz. Second place, Cannon Schrader. And your winner is Eliza Webb. Entering the ring is overall junior beef and dairy showmanship, Madison Sproul, Natalie Troyer, Owen Yoder, and Sarah Jane Bach. On deck is overall beginner showmanship, Aubrey Limber, Cole Schindler, Renee Bach, and Eric Johnston. Just so you know, once overall beginner showmanship enters the ring, Pee-wee sign-ups will close. Judge, this is your class.
I decided to get on.
Ooh.
I got one of these.
I got one of these really good ones. When I get on, I'm going to see if my daughter is going to throw in the laundry to run overnight and not worry about the people alert. Throw this in if they do. If not, I won't be wearing this one. I got the other one for you. The other one. This is going to be like a family pond.
Yeah.
I'll be taking a shower in that. I do this, except my mustache, it tastes like salt. It's like, that's how sweaty. Oh my gosh.
You ever have to take the helmet out afterwards?
Oh yeah, I usually do. If you want to, after you drain it the first time, you can fill it up with some water and put in a little sugar and shake it up again. And you can almost get like a second one that way. And after that, you're gonna kind of get I would say you have to drain that one. Just keep the lemons in it, take it home, put in some ice water, a little sugar, and shake it up again. Or you also can pull the lemons out and squeeze them a second time and get some of the juice out of them. Definitely the keyword right in the mark. If you're lucky. Local fireman gives life-saving CPR to champions. They ever build this little booth here, like wood and wood, have either a fan or with an AC at the top or whatever. You get like a little mini fridge, and just keep like water in here. I don't know, wood or not. It wouldn't have to be. I mean, all they'd have to do is like walls, a roof. You got a window, a little mini window unit air conditioner in the back.
Four really good youngsters out here in the junior division for the overall competition. Again, this competition, when you come back out, it really doesn't count what you did before. What counts is whether you have improved and you have taken some of my suggestions and made a few changes in how you set your cap up. So I know there was some concern in the last show for the intermediates when two people who were second place in the contest before ended up winning the classes. And it's a different ball game. It's a whole different show. It's a whole different competition. So I just wanted to make that clear that if you improve and learn as you go, you're just going to get better and become more successful at your showmanship. The young lady with the black steer, she's just kind of a hands-down showman. She's really good. She's calm, she's easy. She likes her calf likes you. He's a push-button calf. He sets up and handles. She can get him to hold still. She knows something about what he eats and how much he eats. And she's quite a good, knowledgeable young cattle woman. The young lady with the nice brown Swiss calf also. Really super smooth, very nice job. Very polished for being a junior, for no older than she is. The young lady next in line also, a hard worker, really good on the lead-in. Her calf has gotten tired and he doesn't want to respond as well and as easily as he did in the earlier competition. But she hangs in there and she's certainly got a real bright future. And the young man with the nice Holstein calf as well. He's a hard worker, the calf is clipped, he's clean, he's done a good job.
In third place, Madison Sproul. Second place, Sarah Jenny Black. And your winner is Natalie Turner. Her plaque was sponsored by the Defiance County Clever Clovers 4-H Club. Now entering the ring is overall beginner beef and dairy showmanship. Aubrey Limber, Cole Schindler, Renee Bach, and Eric Johnston. On deck, we need those who have signed up for Pee Wee: Brantley Grant, Veda Schrader, Cecily Healy, Oakland George, Audrey Sproul, Ruger Healy, Bryn Stuckey, Ethan Johnston, Ezra Bach, Dalton and Denton Mitt, Darla, Millie, and Milo Hull, Rogue Lions, and I apologize if I butcher this last name, Hayes Lechender. Pee Wee signups are now closed.
Bring them out. Good job, everybody.
I'll go get it. Hey, can you take this then? Yeah. Take that back. I'll tell them I'll run and get it quick.
Four hard-working beginners. Give them a nice hand. The young lady with the shorthorn calf here, I think has the most of the best characteristics when it comes to showmanship. She's able to move her calf about properly, easily. She gets set up quickly,
You have to really provoke them.
and she can get him to hold still. She works effectively with her show stick, and I
You
think
have to really piss them
I think she's quite a good young powder.
I've
Likewise with the young lady next to mine with a big spear.
I've never known anybody's tongue.
She got a big fella to handle here. He's really quiet, he responds well to him. If I change anything about him, because he's a little lighter in the lower quarter, I'd like to see those legs be a little lighter at the hop and a little lighter at the heel.
Bright red.
The young
They
man
don't
with the
have
black
wings, so they
cap,
crawl around like ants.
he's come a long way with this calf, and this calf's really a handful. Really had to He's really had to stay patient and hang in there, and he's a trooper. He's a hard worker, and I think he's quite a good young cattleman. Likewise with the guy in the pink shirt there with a nice Holstein calf. He just hasn't had maybe as much ring experience, and the more exposure he gets to watching shows and participating in shows, he's just going to get better and better. But a really nice group of beginners.
In third place, Cole Schindler. Second place, Renee Bach. And your winner goes to Aubrey Limber. Her plaque is sponsored by Hicksville Herdsman 4-H Club. Now entering the ring is Pee Wee Showmanship. Brantley Grant, Veda Schrader, Cecily Healy, Oakland George, Audrey Sproul, Ruger Healy, Bryn Stuckey, Ethan Johnston, Ezra Bach, Dalton Mick, Denton Mick, Darla Paul, Millie Paul, Milo Paul, Rogue Lyons, Hayes Lechender, and Justin Troyer. On deck, we need dairy feeder lightweight class 1, Renee Bach, Graham Schrader, Peyton Sierra, Owen Yoder, Eric Johnston, and Cannon Schrader. And in the hole, we need dairy feeder middleweight class 2, Eliza Webb, Eric Johnston, and Trace Scully.
Show where it is.
How about a nice hand for all of our pink showmen? What a good group here. This is the future of the cattle business, it looks like, here in Defiance County. We've got a lot of participation, and I certainly thank all the boys and the girls who helped him and get out here and get some positive experience. So go ahead and excuse them and thank them and wish them the best in the future.
Like, it doesn't matter. And anymore, the school, I just wanted to have but I just was curious because it's just like, nothing will come out. Nothing will come out. And I just wonder if that's just us. No, I can't. So I think the system can.
Now entering the ring is the Dairy Feeder Lightweight Class 1, Renee Bach, Graham Schrader, Peyton Sierra, Owen Yoder, Eric Johnston, and Cannon Schrader. On deck is the Dairy Feeder Middleweight Class 2, Eliza Webb, Eric Johnston, and Trey Schooley. In the hole is Dairy Feeder Midweight Class 3, Weston Yoder, Owen Spicer, and Ethan Guilford. Judge, this is your class.
probably from like Hong Kong to San Francisco, or from Adelaide to Los Angeles. It's like most of these are sitting there with all this stuff. Yeah, but you gotta check on this stuff.
I like the truck driving because in the game too, people are slamming the brakes.
I was always wishing I could figure out somebody when I was playing it overnight. It's like, but I think I figure out how to computer nerd.
Real nice growthy calf here to start this class with. Moderate in his frame size. He's got that nice big middle. He's really deep in the rib and deep in the flank. He's got some thickness through his stifle. He's not as thick in the rear quarter as our second place calf is, but he's just got more growth potential. He's a little cleaner fronted. He's a calf that's still got a lot of internal roominess and the ability to do a lot of eating, which is what these Holsteins have to do. They have to eat a lot to grow quickly and to make the beef that we want for our dinner table. Young man's calf in second spot, a pretty calf in his dimensions. I really appreciate that thickness in that rump structure and through the stifle, but he's not as wide a sprung in his rib up there in that heart area. I don't find him being quite as big and framey as the calf that leads the class, but a pretty close pair. Then we come into two calves that are pretty good in terms of their overall kind and type, but they're a little tighter in the heart. They don't have as much capacity, as much rib volume. They just don't have as much natural muscle expression at this point in time as the two calves that lead out in the class. And then finishing with two smaller frame cattle that are just a little bit narrower made. They're good in their pattern and type. They're good as far as the frame goes. They're not going to be monstrously big, but they just don't have quite the potential right at this point in time to have the meatiness and the thickness, especially in those desirable cuts.
In fifth place is Renee Bach. Fourth place, Owen Yoder. Third place, Cannon Schrader. Second place, Eric Johnston. And first place is Peyton Sierra. Your champion lightweight dairy feeder is also Peyton Sierra. His trophy is sponsored by the Dwayne Apple. Now entering the ring is the dairy feeder middleweight class 2. Eliza Webb, Eric Johnston, and Trace Schooley. Judge, this is your class. On deck is dairy feeder middleweight class 3, Weston Yoder, Owen Spicer, and Ethan Guilford. In the hole is dairy feeder middleweight class 4, Owen Yoder, Weston Yoder, Olivia Schindler, Ethan Guilford, and Oakley Schrader.
Everybody had so many different classes, like 2 or 3 with same kids. I got myself a couple of Italian sausage sandwiches. Tea later, but there's all kinds of places that have the big things of French fries. There are people that have the really good Angus burgers and chicken strips of that. There's elk and ewes.
That pig I saw.
And over here, they have cheeseburgers, cream chicken sandwiches and stuff.
But they don't take card probably.
The pork producers have ham and cheese croissants and a bunch of stuff too. Over here, they've got the sausage sandwiches, sausage and egg or whatever. Looks like the barbecue people, the really good barbecue one is down there. And then the fat pig is over on the main midway too. That one back down there is usually better, I think.
Okay.
But
I'm gonna go get me something to eat next.
yeah, good. I hope you find someplace.
Yeah. That takes card, yeah.
Nothing else, if you can talk to somebody from the fair board with a golf cart, they could probably run you up to McDonald's.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what Teresa does with her kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a super nice brown Swiss calf here the young lady's showing. This wins the class pretty handily. He's really modern in his frame. He's very deep in his rib and his flank. He's certainly a heavy boned individual without being coarse at all. He's fairly trim and clean up there in that front shoulder. He's got a lot of natural thickness in the crops and rib and back out over his rump. He pretty handily beats this class hands down. And then we're going with a big growthy Holstein, a Holstein that really has some thickness through the center of that stifle and that rear quarter. He's a little bit flatter and a little bit tighter in his rib though. I'd like to see him have a little bit more heart girth. He's not as wide and as meaty topped as the real fresh handling brown Swiss, who's also stubborn. The red cap in third spot, a good lined, nicely balanced cap that's very modern in his frame. He's lighter in his muscle pattern though. He's thinner up there over the top of his rib and over his loin. He's not quite as square in his rump or thick through his stifle, but he's very clean made and very youthful appearing.
In third place is Trace Schooley, second place Eric Johnston, and in first place is Eliza Webb. Your champion middleweight dairy feeder, now entering the ring is Weston Yoder, Owen Spicer, and Ethan Guilford. On deck is dairy feeder middleweight class 4, Owen Yoder, Weston Yoder, Olivia Schindler, Ethan Guilford, and Oakley Schrader. In the wool, is your first and second place middleweight class winners.
a real nice square-made kind of a Holstein steer here in our top spot. He's really level and long in his rump, really square in that hip. He's got a lot of natural thickness in that stifle region in that rear quarter. Additionally, he's deeper in his flank and deeper in his heart than the other two in class here today. They're all three fairly moderate framed, and that's good. That means they're not going to be weighing 1,800 pounds before you get them finished. The calf in second spot is a little tighter in his heart right there behind his shoulders. I'd just like to see him be a little bit fuller in that region. I appreciate his nice big middle. He's very long in his rump, but he's narrower through the stifle region than the calf that we're leading out. Third place is a good, nicely balanced calf. Again, one that's just a little bit flatter up there at the top of that rib. I'd like to see a little bit more natural muscle expression in that lower rear quarter.
Entering the ring is dairy feeder middleweight class 4. Owen Yoder, Weston Yoder, Olivia Schindler, Ethan Guilford, and Oakley Schrader.
On deck is champion middleweight dairy feeder, which will be first and second places from our middleweight classes. That is Eliza Webb, Eric Johnston, Owen Spicer, Ethan Guilford, and our first and second place winner from the current class.
In the hole is dairy feeder heavyweight class 5. Owen Spicer, Ike Webb, Olivia Schindler, and Sarah Jane Bach.
Just a super nice Holstein calf to start this class with. The young lady showing here. He's really wide over his crops and out over the top of his rib. Over his loin, he's long and square in that loin, really level in that rump structure. Super wide in the lower part of his quarter in that stifle region. He's got that nice big soft middle. He's well sprung in his rib. He's very youthfully appearing. He's just a humdinging good calf. Really, really nice Holstein. Calf in second is not as pretty behind. He's a little flatter in his quarter. He doesn't have the stifle muscle expression, but I sure do like his big middle. He can eat a lot. He can take in and do some growing. He's well sprung in that rib. He's a calf that's a little bit smaller frame size than the other three in this particular class now, and he's going to get to the desired quality endpoint a little bit quicker and with a few less pounds of grain and roughage. The third place calf is a real pretty calf in terms of style and balance, just not quite as much muscle in that rear quarter. He's really long and level. I really appreciate that about his top line. He's very clean made in his design, in his chest, and his neck. The red Holstein next in line, a larger frame steer, a very youthful appearing steer. He's extremely good in his balance. I just like to spring him out in that rib, give him more internal volume, more internal roominess, maybe deepen him in his flank a little bit. And then finishing the class with a nice calf in terms of structure. He's got some width up there in that shoulder, and he carries some width out over his top. Just not quite as ideal in his muscle pattern in that rump structure and in that rear leg.
Winners of middleweight class 4, third place Owen Yoder, second place Ethan Guilford, and first place Olivia Schindler. Now entering the ring is first and second place winners of the middleweight classes. Eliza Webb, Eric Johnston, Owen Spicer, Ethan Guilford, Olivia Schindler, and Ethan Guilford. On deck is Dairy Feeder Heavyweight Class 5, Owen Spicer, Ike Webb, Olivia Schindler, and Sarah Jane Bach. In the hole, Dairy Feeder Heavyweight Class 6, Ava Oakley, Eliza Webb, and Tegan Holbrook.
middleweight dairy feeder champion and reserve champion. I've got the young ladies, black and white Holstein up there as our champion for the middleweight. He's just extremely growthy, really deep ribbed. He's got that nice big full middle and the capacity to grow. He's got an excellent conformation in terms of muscle mass in those higher price cuts, that being over the top of the rib, the loin, and through the center of the shoulder. And then following with the really good brown Swiss calf. He's not quite as wide as sprung in his rib, in his upper rib as the Holstein, but he's really wide based. He's got certainly the volume and thickness that we're looking for in a good dairy feeder. A real nice group of intermediate calves. Thank you.
The champion middleweight dairy feeder is Olivia Schindler. Her trophy was sponsored by the Bill Weld family. Reserve champion middleweight dairy feeder is Eliza Webb. Now entering the ring is dairy feeder heavyweight class 5. Owen Spicer, Ike Webb, Olivia Schindler, and Sarah Jane Bach. On deck, dairy feeder heavyweight class 6, Ava Oakley, Eliza Webb, and Tegan Holbrook. In the hole is dairy feeder heavyweight class 7, Peyton Sierra and Ike Webb.
that was the 1 year. The 1 year was super late. It was covered for this year.
No, but it was 1 year too. I left the tent and you
It might have been. It was 1 year was 5.5 hours. 1 year was 5 hours straight.
That's the one that you got done.
Yeah. I think that's the longest. The next night was the pig was 6 hours.
No, oh, that was the one I left at 10.
Yeah. The pig one was 6 hours and 25.
Yeah, so I was moved up at the 30.
So I wanted to get something to eat, but everything was fucking cold. Really cold. Everything was bicycle closed. But yeah.
Real close pair in this class. I sure wouldn't argue with anybody if they wanted to swab them. I believe the young lady's calf is a calf that's wider in his hip. He's wider at the stifle. He shows a little bit more trimness and cleanness up about that shoulder and that neck and shoulder junction. He's got that big soft middle. He's super balanced. He's very fresh and young appearing. A really, really good Holstein calf. The calf in second is maybe a little rougher about his makeup there in his front shoulder. He's a little bulkier up there in the front part of his body, but he's really super wide through that hip. Maybe doesn't carry quite as much lower muscle in that stifle region as the first place calf. But the big thing about him is he's just not quite as trim fronted. He's got a little bit more bulkiness up there in the part of the carcass that yields some of the lower price cuts. So we want them to be a little trimmer, a little bit neater. The Holstein and the Brown Swiss, two big frame calves. Cattle, it's going to take them some time and quite a lot of feed to get them to the desired endpoint. They're well cared for. They just don't have quite the muscle mass and the composition that we see in those two really, really good calves at the first of the class.
The winners of Dairy Feeder Heavyweight Class 5, fourth place, Sarah Jane Bach, third place, Owen Spicer, second place, Ike Webb, and first place, Olivia Schindler. Now entering the ring is Dairy Feeder Heavyweight Class 6, Ava Oakley, Eliza Webb, and Tegan Holbrook. On deck, Dairy Feeder Heavyweight Class 7, Peyton Sierra and Ike Webb. In the hole is our heavyweight class winners, Olivia Schindler and Ike Webb.
They could use somebody.
A real nice heavyweight Holstein that the young lady has up here. Really square in the hip and wide in that rump region. A lot of thickness and natural muscling in that stifle. He's got a good balance, depth of rib, depth of flank. He's got that nice big roomy middle, a lot of internal volume so that he can do the eating that he needs to grow. He's very fresh appearing as well, very youthful. The black calf next in line, a calf that's a little bit rougher in his makeup, especially over his shoulder, up there in the top of his rib. He drops a little bit from his hooks to his pins when you look at him from the side, although he is pretty thick right through the center of his stifle. And then finishing with the black calf, a really long-bodied calf. He's been well cared for. He's just really, really rough and kind of coarse in his makeup. He doesn't have near as much natural muscle mass at this point in time, and he also shows me a little bit more in terms of maturity.
Your Dairy Feeder Heavyweight Class 6 winners are 3rd place Tegan Holbrook, 2nd place Ava Oakley, and 1st place Eliza Webb. On deck is now entering the ring is Dairy Feeder Heavyweight Class 7, Peyton Sierra and Ike Webb. On deck are the heavyweight class winners, Olivia Schindler, Ike Webb, Eliza Webb, and Ava Oakley.
Elbow your knees still. Elbow your knees. Elbow your knees still. Elbow this. Elbow your knees. These tend to go quick. Show me chip. Show me chip.
two calves in this heavyweight class here, but we're going to leave them as they come in, as they stand. This big calf right here that the young man's showing, he's a meat wagon. He's got all of that natural thickness over that crops and rib. He's really wide over the hip, super wide there at the pin bones and in that stifle region. He's a big, deep-ribbed, deep-flanked calf, and yet he's still clean and neat up there in his shoulder and his front end. He's quite a nice dairy beef feeder. Second then to another really good calf, he just doesn't have as much muscle power in that top, up over the rib and the top part of his loin. He's real clean fronted. He's got that deep rib and that big volume. I really like that about him. I just like to see him be thicker up there at the top of the rib and in the lower part of his quarter. But two very nice heavyweight Holstein steers.
The winners of heavyweight class 7, second place Sierra Payton, and first place Ike Webb. Now entering the ring are the heavyweight class winners: Olivia Schindler, Ike Webb, Eliza Webb, Ava Oakley, Peyton Sierra, and Ike Webb.
Super nice group of heavyweight cattle out here for our champion and reserve champion overall in the heavyweight division. I really like the style and balance and muscle mass that I see on this pair that I've used. They're extremely youthful cattle that are very trim and clean fronted, and yet they have the internal volume, the depth of rib, the overall balance and eye appeal, coupled with muscle, and that's what we're selling. We're selling beef. That's what we eat. So we got to keep in mind all of those nice thick muscles up there on top of the rib, the loin. It's where all those good steaks come from. I think this is a really strong class of intermediate calves, and the kids can be real proud of. I know I am.
The champion heavyweight dairy feeder is Ike Webb. His trophy is sponsored by Doug and Dana Zimmerman. Reserve champion is Olivia Schindler. Now entering the ring are the lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight champions, Peyton Sierra, Olivia Schindler, and Ike Webb.
The overall champion and reserve champion for the dairy feeders this year are our two heavyweights. They're certainly extremely balanced. They have a lot of eye appeal, but better yet, they've got that muscle mass and that thickness that is going to taste awful good on the dinner table and in our dinner plates. So I really appreciate all the hard work that the youngsters have gone to over the months the feeding, the working, the sweating, and you certainly put on a really, really nice dairy feeder show for me tonight. I appreciate it very much. Good job.
The grand champion overall dairy feeder goes to Ike Webb. His banner and ribbon are sponsored by Kevin, Beth, Elena, and Owen Stuckey. Reserve champion overall dairy feeder is Olivia Schindler. Her banner and ribbon is sponsored by the Buckeye Producers 4-H Club.
Well, back with you here in the grandstand or in the bleachers of the show arena. So we have evidently a bit of a break. It looks like there might be a little confusion going on at the judges table. So far we've gone through all of the showmanship classes here at the beef show, and we've also gone through all of the dairy feeders as well. Up next it should be the champion and the reserve champion prospect heifers. That will be determined, and then we will go into the lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight feeder classes as well. After that, it'll be the breeding classes, and then the market steers and heifers to close out the beef show. With, of course, then they'll bring out all the champions from all the categories to choose the overall grand champion for the show here this evening. I'm Bill Murphy with Hicksville Community Television. Glad to have you here with us tonight. Chris Warner alongside with the live stream. And we want to say a big thank you again to Teresa Johnson from the OSU Extension Office in Defiance County, as well as the Junior Fair Board and Defiance County 4-H for asking us to be here. This is the first of several live streams we'll be doing for the Junior Fair this year. Not sure what that was, but something just hit my leg and fell down into the abyss below us. We will be here tomorrow again at 5 o'clock for the swine show. On Tuesday morning, I'll be here with the sheep show. On Wednesday, 4:30 in the afternoon, we'll be live streaming the animal and me show. And then on Friday morning at 9 a.m., it'll be the annual livestock sale. We'll live stream that for you as well right here on the HIX-TV YouTube channel. I want to thank some silver level underwriters making our coverage possible as well. They include the Hicksville Bank, member FDIC, and on the web at www.thb.bank. Thanks to Bruce Gilford, Real Estate and Auctioneering of Hicksville, Ohio. For all your real estate needs and the latest auction calendar, check them out online at guilford-realestate.com. And the Hicksville Volunteer Firefighters Association, proud to support the fire and EMS operations in the Hicksville area. You can find out more about them, all the fundraisers, and all the other stuff they do. Check them out on Facebook. Just search Facebook for Hicksville Volunteer Fire Department. And thank all of them for, again, helping us with our live streams on this Saturday night. We've been here for a while. With time check, we got started at 5 and it's about 8:40 right now. So we've been here for a little over 3.5 hours on a, well, there's no two ways about it. It's been a muggy and warm afternoon here at the fairgrounds. You can probably see our hair's getting a little slicked back from all the sweat. We'll be ready to hit the shower when we get done this evening. But we're glad to be here and happy to bring you the live coverage of the livestock shows this evening. Again, we're just about halfway through. I'm not sure what's going on, but there's a big conference that's going on at the judges' table right now. I'm not sure if they need to figure out just what's coming up next or what the case may be. But aside from that, we do want to let you know this is day one of the 2025 Defiance County Fair. There is action going on for the next 8 days today through next Saturday. Don't forget, Wednesday will be Senior Citizens Day and Veterans Day. That'll also feature the big Veterans Bean Soup Supper at 4 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon. And of course, Kids Day will be Thursday with lots of special stuff going on all around the fairgrounds for the youngsters as well. And aside from that, great fair food, all kinds of interesting displays, lots of livestock activities, action going on in front of the grandstand. They've got the KOI drags going on this evening. We've got a rodeo in front of the grandstand tomorrow night. We will be here. Chris is going to be here on Monday night for the Parade of Bands annual event. Harness racing on Tuesday and Wednesday in front of the grandstand. Let's see, on Friday is the Demolition Derby and the Truck Rolls.
Now entering the ring.
All right,
is
here we
Prospect
go. We're ready to head
Heifers
back
lightweight
down
class
to the
8.
main show arena.
Aubrey Hall. On deck is Prospect Heifers middleweight class 9, Kaylin Kreitz. In the hole is Prospect Heifers heavyweight class 10, Logan Schrader and Grant Stuckey.
Do this one, they'll do the next one, they'll do the next one, then we'll bring it
We got a real nice, pretty heifer here in this class of market prospect heifers. She certainly is a very ideally balanced female. She's very straight and strong in her top line. She's certainly deep in that rib and in that flank area. She has very uniform muscling from front to rear. She's really sound on those feet and legs, and she's still real trim up there in that neck and shoulder junction. So cutability wise, she's certainly should be able to finish out if she continues to grow as she exhibits right now. She's certainly going to be a fairly balanced, moderate frame calf that really packs on some pounds for her. A good entry. She could stand some competition.
Prospect Heifers lightweight class 8 winner is Aubrey Hall. Now entering the ring is Prospect Heifers middleweight class 9, Kaylin Kreitz. On deck is Prospect Heifers heavyweight class 10, Logan Schrader and Grant Stuckey.
Another single entry here in this prospect market heifer class. Another very balanced female that has tremendous thickness in that rump and rear quarter. She certainly has some depth and spring of rib, some depth in her flank, some internal roominess. She's got that big soft middle. And again, she's really feminine, really clean up there in that neck, in that brisket area. She certainly should have a very desirable cutability as she goes on and finishes out.
The winner of Prospect Heifers Middleweight Class 9 is Kaylin Kreitz. Now entering the ring is Prospect Heifers Heavyweight Class 10, Logan Schrader and Grant Stuckey.
Starting this class with our black heifer. She's a more nicely balanced female. She certainly is trimmer and cleaner in the front part of her body. She has extreme depth of rib and depth of flank. She's really uniform in her muscle structure. She's got a sound set of feet and legs on her. She's just quite a good individual. The Shorthorn Angus Cross in second, certainly a nice, big, beefy kind of a female. She's finer in her bone structure. She doesn't have quite as much frame as the black heifer has. But we certainly do like the meatiness that she offers as a prospect market heifer.
Prospect Heifers Heavyweight Class 10, second place Grant Stuckey, first place Logan Schrader. Now entering the ring are the Prospect Heifers Lightweight, Middleweight, and Heavyweight Class winners. Aubrey Hall, Kaylin Kreitz, Logan Schrader, and Grant Stuckey.
Two nice fancy heifers for champion and reserve for our prospective heifers. They exemplify what we're in the beef business for, and that's producing meat and muscle. And yet they have the femininity, they have the structural soundness to carry them into your finished weights. And I think a small group of cattle, but certainly some good entries.
Your champion prospect heifer is Logan Schrader. His trophy is sponsored by the David Bach Family Farms. The reserve prospect heifer is Kaylin Kreitz. Her trophy is sponsored by Joel and Julie Redshirt Family. Now entering the ring is Beef Feeders Lightweight Class 11, Aubrey Hall and Jacob Saylor. On deck is the Beef Feeders Middleweight Class 12, Tasha Kreitz, Harper Case, and Parker Kreitz. In the hole is Beef Feeders Middleweight Class 13, Fate Demlin, Aubrey Hall, Kaylin Kreitz, and Cole Schindler.
For these two lightweight beef feeders in this particular class, two good individuals. The young lady's calf is more complete in his overall balance and style. He's a calf that is wider over the top part of his rib. He carries more width in that loin and out over the rump. He's really good on his feet and legs. Maybe just a tad straight in the shoulder. We might like to see him have a little more slope, but he's not to where I would call him post-legged. The calf's in second spot, a nice big thick tops calf as well. He's a little finer in his bone structure. He's not quite as uniform and as pretty in his design. He's a little rougher up there over the top of the shoulders, and his foot is not near as big as the calf that leads the class. But two nice individuals.
The winners of the Beef Feeders Lightweight Class 11, second place Jacob Saylor, and first place Aubrey Hall. And the champion lightweight beef feeders is also Aubrey Hall. Her trophy is sponsored by Defiance County Township Association. Now entering the ring is Beef Feeders Middleweight Class 12, Tasha Kreitz, Harper Case, and Parker Kreitz. On deck is Beef Feeders Middleweight Class 13, Faye Demlin, Aubrey Hall, Kaylin Kreitz, and Cole Schindler. In the hole is Beef Feeders Heavyweight Class 14, Riley Schindler, Kendra Vetter, and Madison Sprout.
In this middleweight class of beef feeders, we got a really nice steer calf that is super thick from front to rear. He's very deep in that rib. He carries tremendous muscle volume in his rump and his rear quarter. He's sound on those feet and legs, and he's moderate in his frame. If I change him at all, I'd like to lengthen him out in his neck a little bit. He's a little bit shorter up there in that area. But I don't think he's going to finish out to be a real big steer. And I think he'll probably keep his balance as he goes along. The calf in second is a tighter-hearted calf. He's kind of breaks behind the shoulders. He's not near as good up there on the top of the rib. I really appreciate the calf through the thickness of the quarter. And I think the calf is fairly trim and clean made otherwise, but just not quite the balance and the overall muscle mass that we see in the black calf of the class. And then we have a smaller, lighter framed calf. This calf is a lighter bone, just not quite as much dimension, certainly some balance, but just not quite the overall package in terms of muscular thickness and squareness.
Your winners of the Beef Feeders Middleweight Class 12, third place Tasha Kreitz, second place Harper Case, and first place Parker Kreitz. On deck, now entering the ring, Beef Feeders Middleweight Class 13, Faye Demlin, Aubrey Hall, Kaylin Kreitz, and Cole Schindler. On deck is the first and second place winners of the middleweight classes, Parker Kreitz and Harper Case.
I guess we got a latecomer here. One escaped. Gonna give him a minute to get him. Better late than never. So she made it in here. She's going to win the class. This is a real powerful steer calf. A crossbred, very, very thick in his muscle from front to rear, and yet he's real clean shouldered. He's structurally sound on those feet and legs. He's trim and clean up there in his brisket. He's got that great big soft middle and plenty of depth of rib and depth of flank and tremendously wide through his rear quarter. Following him with the next Smoky in second. Here's a real big budded calf, a calf that I really appreciate the internal volume on. He's also is really clean fronted. He's just not as goosey necked. He's not quite as pretty in his overall package as the calf that I started the class with. The black calf next in line, certainly a sleeper here. He could go on and become a real humdinger. He's very pretty and he's kind. He's real clean fronted, real smooth shouldered. At this point in time, he doesn't pack the muscle that I see in the two gray calves. That's the only thing I have against him. He just isn't, he's not there yet. He could go on and do a good job of eating and growing and really beat some good ones. The black calf next in line is a calf that's more structurally sound than the calf that I finished the class with. This is a finer boned individual, a calf that is a little rounder in his muscle pattern, but still structurally more correct than the little black calf that I'm finishing the class with. He certainly has some eye appeal to him, but he's really coarse shouldered. He's really tight in the heart. He's kind of round in his muscle. He pops that tail head up, and I would sure like to see him walk a whole lot better off of that right rear.
Your winners for Beef Feeders Middleweight Class 13, 5th place, Fate Demlin, 4th place, Cole Schindler, 3rd place, Aubrey Hall, 2nd place, Fate Demlin, and 1st place, Kaylin Kreitz. Now entering the ring is the Beef Feeders Middleweight Class 1st and 2nd place, Parker Kreitz, Harper Case, Kaylin Kreitz, and Cole Schindler. Fate Demlin.
first and second in that particular class. We're going to keep them together as our champion middleweights and reserve champion middleweight. They certainly have the overall muscle power. They have the structural soundness. They have the cleanness and the neatness about their shoulders. And they are cattle that are very youthful, very eye-appealing, and certainly the right frame size.
The champion middleweight beef feeder is Kaylin Kreitz. Her trophy is sponsored by Jim and Susie Klein and family. The reserve middleweight beef feeder champion is Faye Devlin. Now entering the ring is beef feeders heavyweight class 14, Riley Schindler, Kendra Vetter, and Madison Sproul. On deck is beef feeders heavyweight class 15, Grant Stuckey, Raylan Vetter, and Kendra Vetter.
Starting this class with a smoky calf. Again, the best combination in terms of style and balance, muscling and eye appeal. He's sound on his feet and legs. He's still fairly smooth about his front end and his shoulder. He packs a whale of a lot of red meat, and he's ideal in his frame. A real big butted calf in the black steer in second. I would like to change him in that rib area. He's a little tight in the heart. Not quite as maybe pretty in the design. He's got a little bit more shoulder development, and maybe that's why it makes him look like he's a little tight-hearted. And then finishing with the smaller, finer bone calf in third spot. Certainly a good calf in his own right. He has some balance and some eye appeal. Just doesn't pack quite as much flash, quite as much natural muscle thickness.
The winners of the beef feeders heavyweight class 14, third place Madison Sproul, second place Kendra Vetter, and first place Riley Schindler. Now entering the ring, beef feeders heavyweight class 15, Grant Stuckey, Raylan Vetter, and Kendra Vetter. On deck is the first and second heavyweight class winners, Riley Schindler and Kendra Vetter.
Using our red heifer as the top place in this particular class. Again, she's just a real thick-made, beefy animal. It's very, very deep and square. She certainly is structurally sound. Maybe a little chubbier, a little shorter up there in that front end and neck, but I'd have to give up way too much muscle mass to use her any farther than first. Second place heifer, or second place steer in this particular class, a real long-bodied individual, a calf that certainly has some style and balance. Not near the natural thickness up there at the top of the rib. I'd like to deepen him out and spring him out right behind the shoulders and give him just a little more volume there. But super good in that relative rear quarter. And then finishing with a calf he's a little rounder in his type, a little rougher in his makeup. He's kind of coarse up there in that shoulder and front end. Maybe structurally not quite as sound off of those rear legs as the two calves leading in this particular class.
The Beefeaters Heavyweight Class 15 winners, third place, Grant Stuckey, second place, Raylan Vetter, and first place, Kendra Vetter. Now entering the ring, heavyweight class first and second place winners. Riley Schindler, Kendra Vetter, and Raylan Vetter.
Using the Smoky for our champion heavyweight, and the calf that stood second to him as the reserve champion. Both of these cattle are trim and clean up there in their necks and front ends. They certainly have some style and balance and eye appeal. They've got that big volume and internal roominess that a good beef animal needs to have to eat the roughage and the concentrate to get to the desired finish endpoint. Four really good cattle out here. These just happen to put things together just a little bit nicer in a package.
The champion heavyweight beef feeder is Riley Schindler. The reserve champion heavyweight beef feeder is Kendra Vetter. Her trophy is sponsored by Matt and Alexis Sprout. Now entering the ring is Logan Schroeder, Kaylin Kreitz, Aubrey Hall, Jacob Saylor,
Well, they keep losing their place. It should be the champion and reserve champion, middleweight, like lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight. Should be coming in right now. They haven't been paying attention to who's screwing around up there, so they don't know what they're doing. Until Teresa can leave. So we welcome you back once again to the bleacher section of the show arena, where again there seems to be some confusion at the judges' table there, as they're working to get things sorted out. We should have the champion and reserve champion of the lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight halves coming into the arena to determine the overall champion. Before we proceed on to the next category, which should be again the breeding classes, breeding female, all other breeds. But didn't seem to have a bit of a holdup. But on the other hand, it looks like we're about an hour away from maybe seeing some widely scattered thunderstorms move into the Hicksville area. And the upside for that is we got a really nice breeze blowing out here in the show arena. So the humidity is not quite as bad or as uncomfortable as it's been for most of the evening. And it looks like the calves are coming into the ring right now, so we'll go back down to the floor of the show arena. You're watching the Beef Show, the Junior Beer Beef Show for the 2025.
now entering the ring
live on the
is
HIX-TV
Logan
YouTube
Schrader,
channel.
Kaylin Kreitz, Aubrey Hall, Jacob Saylor, Kaylin Kreitz, Faith Denlin, Riley Schindler, and Kendra Better.
Champion Peter. Now we need to bring in the calf that stood second to him for consideration for reserve. These two smoky steers really are very, very stylish, youthful appearing cattle that are just good growers and good eaters. They've got the internal volume and capacity to eat what they need to eat to make good finished beef. I like the trimness and cleanness on their front ends and shoulders and necks, because that's going to certainly give them a very, very high cutability rate. We're not going to see a lot of extra waste on those carcasses. I think the black cattle certainly by all standards are really good cattle. I think they each have a few little things I'd like to change. Some of them are a little bit heavier up there in the shoulder. Some of them have a tendency to pop those tail sets up a little more than they need to. And I think that the pair with the fewest problems and the most potential are the two Smoky steers, and they're our champion of reserve.
The grand champion overall beef feeder is Riley Schindler. Her trophy and banner is sponsored by the Rivarge family Shortthorns. The reserve champion overall beef feeder is Kaylin Kreitz. Her banner and ribbon is sponsored by Jim and Agnes Timberg.
Just bounce it off the floor.
Now entering the ring is breeding animal lightweight class 16, Riley Schindler, Madison Sproul, Aubrey Limber, on deck is breeding animal midweight class 17, Kaylin Kreitz, Kaden Sober, and Audrey Kreitz. In the hole is breeding animal heavyweight class 18, Tasha Kreitz, Kendra Vedder, Audrey Case, and Kaylin Kreitz.
I'm going to get the F out of here and get home and go out. Maybe on the phone. What's up? I appreciate this firefight contract today. They put them in their life there. But no, man. They're taking a stand against the use of police law enforcement and public safety. Sadly, they don't get it. Because my state president didn't give me the authority to use my license to get hired as a public safety officer. I had a state trooper who wanted to do like that. I went to it, so I got the grant. And it was kind of boring. So the state trooper was like, "No, you got license, now you can call." He's like, "Got your license with you?" I was like, "I need my license." He's like, "You're bad." I was like, "No, stay at the rest of the time. You need to issue your license." He's like, "Well, you got me to the back issue card?" I was like, "No, they haven't given me that yet." He's like, "Well, I need your GPS." And I was like, respectfully, trooper, nothing even as a preview of the outcome of public safety because I have to provide that to you. Because you only get out vehicle inspected by the OSP to provide your license. I was like, whatever you guys decide to come on station and do it. He's like, well, go ahead and flip them on for me. I was like, nope, I'm not doing it. I was like, I can travel through those. I said, man, go flip them on. You're going to get like 20 miles an hour.
Thank you.
That works.
Using the shorthorn heifer, who excels in size and overall growthiness, she's also structurally more sound off of those rear legs than the little second place heifer, the maintainer heifer. I like the leanness and cleanness and broodiness about her front end. She certainly has ample volume for her age, and she kind of comes to the top of this class by virtue of the fewest problems. The little maintainer heifer, a real pretty little heifer. I really like her style and balance. And she's a little bit finer bone, but oh, she's so pretty up front. She's so clean made up there in that shoulder. But she's pretty close at the hock. I don't find her to move quite as well up those rear legs as I would like. And then finishing with a nice big growthy heifer, a crossbred heifer. She certainly has some volume, but she's a little different in her kind. She's a little rounder in her muscle pattern, not quite as pretty in her type, but certainly an awful lot of good genetics to offer and to raise a pretty good calf.
Breeding animal lightweight class 16 winners are 3rd place, Madison Sproul, 2nd place, Riley Schindler, and 1st place, Aubrey Limber. Now entering the ring, breeding animal middleweight class 17, Kaylin Kreitz, Caden Stover, and Audrey Kreitz. On deck, breeding animal heavyweight class 18, Tasha Kreitz, Kendra Vetter, Audrey Case, and Kaylin Kreitz. In the hole, breeding animal heavyweight class 19, Madison Sproul and Logan Schroeder.
a nice class of bigger breeding heifers. I certainly like the completeness of the young lady's heifer that I started the class with. She's just a really, really large volume female. She's real correct in her pattern and type. I love her depth of rib and depth of flank. She's still real pretty and clean up there in that brisket and that front shoulder. She works off of a pretty good set of running gears. She certainly is packed full of muscle, but I think she's in real good breeding shape at this point in time. The heifer in second spot is a heifer that's really long and pretty in her kind. She's just not as powerful in terms of overall volume as the heifer I started with. And then finishing with a little shorthorn heifer. Golly, she is a pretty headed female, but she's fat. She's just too fat for breeding heifer. She pops her tail set up. I'd sure like to change her in that area, but mostly probably just maybe put her on a reducing diet for a little while because she's just got too much cover on her for breeding heifer.
Your winners for the breeding animal middleweight class 17. Third place, Kaylin Kreitz. Second place, Audrey Kreitz. And first place, Kaden Sober. Now entering the ring, breeding animal heavyweight class 18, Tasha Kreitz, Kendra Vetter, Audra Case, and Kaylin Kreitz. On deck is breeding animal heavyweight class 19, Madison Sproul and Logan Schrader.
Just to let everyone know, we have a fair photographer this year. She is Rustic Comfort Photography. She has a booth. I'm not sure where. She was out here down that way somewhere. She was in here taking pictures earlier. She's been at every show taking pictures. She was here at Royalty this morning. She says if you follow her on Facebook, she will post links for all of the pictures that she has taken. Again, it's Rustic Comfort Photography, and there is a booth that she's at on down the way.
this is a tough class to place. They all have some things that I really like about them, and then they have some things that I don't like about them. So I guess it boils down to who's got the most of the best and the fewest problems. And that's going to be the Red Cross Red Heifer that the young lady showing up here at the first spot. Here's a real big volume heifer. I'd like to tighten her up in the top line, but she's real feminine, real broody fronted. She's still clean up there in that neck and shoulder. She's got a good set of feet and legs and a good sized hoof on her. She's got that great, big, roomy middle. And by the way, she is bred, so we're going to certainly give her the benefit of the doubt there. She's very, very level, correct in her top line and her tail set. She's really correct on those pasterns, feet and legs. And like I said, she just got the fewest problems. Is she perfect? No. Like I said, I'd like to tighten her up a little bit in that top line, but I kind of have to start the class with her. The Smoky Heifer next in line is one of those that I'd sure like her 200 pounds lighter. She's very, very fat. She's real correct in her type and kind, but she's just got too much finish on her for a breeding heifer. I think she's structurally sound. I think she's a rip as far as her personality goes, and the young lady is doing a nice job getting thrown out here, but I kind of have to put her in second spot. The shorthorn calf next in line, a real pretty height female, a female that certainly got some depth of rib and depth of volume. She's pretty square and pretty well made as far as that part of her goes. But she kind of raises that tail set up. She's a little bit higher in that tail head area than I'd like to see. And then finishing with the red heifer next in line. She's very feminine, very broody, very goosey fronted. She's fairly clean up there in that shoulder. But she, in terms of overall balance and style, and she gives up a little bit more in muscle power and overall volume to the bigger, wider heifers ahead of her in the class. So kind of a tough class to place, but a good class.
Breeding animal heavyweight class 18 winners are Audric Pace, 4th place. 3rd place, Kendra Vetter. 2nd place, Kevin Kreitz. And 1st place, Tasha Kreitz. Now entering the ring, breeding animal heavyweight class 19, Madison Sprout and Logan Schrader. On deck, breeding animal heavyweight class 20, Natalie Troyer. In the hole, we need 1st and 2nd from breeding animal heavyweight classes.
this nice fancy black heifer. She certainly is a big volume female. She excels in overall capacity. She's structurally sound. She has a big foot. She's still feminine and clean-fronted. And she's what I would call a real broody kind of an individual. I like her balance. I like her tail set. She certainly has tremendous rib capacity and internal volume. And I think she's going to make an awful nice breeding animal. And I understand she is bred also for a spring calf. Second place to the smaller heifer. A heifer certainly that's very long bodied. She's got enough volume and rib. She's got some style and balance. She just gives up more in size and scale to the young man's heifer. 2 real good entries in this class.
Breeding animal heavyweight class 19 winners are second place, Madison Sprout, first place, Logan Schrader. Now entering the ring, breeding animal heavyweight class 20, Natalie Troyer. On deck, we have first and second place breeding animal heavyweight classes. Tasha Kreitz and Kaylin Kreitz, Logan Schrader and Madison Sprout, and Natalie Troyer.
Okay, a nice entry in this class, only one. Certainly a great big growthy female. She's a super deep rib, big volume, low flank. She's packed full of muscle, and she's also a little bit too fat. I'd like to see her be trimmed down just a little bit. Maybe not as pretty up there in that neck and front end because she's carrying a little bit more grease on her. But nonetheless, a good growthy female.
The winner of breeding animal heavyweight class 20 is Natalie Troyer. Now entering the ring is breeding animal heavyweight class first and second place winners. Tasha Kreitz, Kaylin Kreitz, Logan Schrader, Madison Sprout, and Natalie Troyer. On deck is the market beef under overclass, Grace Kwiatkowski and Grace Kwiatkowski.
keeping the two black heifers together as our champion and reserve champion over all of the breeding females. I like the femininity, the correctness of structure on these heifers. I think they're a good pair, and I think they'll make good, pass on good genetics into any offspring that they might have.
Goes to Logan Schrader, and reserve is Madison Sprout. In the ring is Aubrey Limber, Riley Schindler, Cadence Sauber, Audrey Kreitz, Logan Schrader, Madison Sprout. For overall champion beef female. Two real fine females for champion and reserve overall breeding animal. I certainly like the completeness of each one. I especially like the structural soundness, the foot and legs on that champion heifer. I think the reserve champion heifer really is super deep bodied, and I love that about her, but I think she's a little sickle hawk behind.
maybe not quite as structurally sound off of those rear legs. The two big, growthy, beefy heifers that are really pretty and certainly a credit to the breed or the cross that they are.
Our grand champion beef female is Logan Schrader. His banner and ribbon is sponsored by the Rivars Family Shorthorns. Our reserve champion beef female is Kaden Sauber. Her banner and reserve ribbon is sponsored by the Rivars Family Shorthorns. Now entering the ring is the market beef over-under class, Grace Kwiatkowski and Grace Kwiatkowski.
This is an over or under class. Both of these Jersey steers didn't quite make weight. The young lady's calf shows me a little bit more finish at this point in time than the young man's calf. With more time and more feeding, they would probably get a little bit more finish or cover over their carcass. However, they're the breed that they are, they're not known to be really, really muscular and really, really thick. So, excuse me. We wish her well and hope you continue raising beef in the future.
The market beef under over class winners. First place, Grace Kwiatkowski. Second place, Grace Kwiatkowski. Now in the ring, Dairy Market Steer, lightweight class 21. Oakley Schrader and Trace Scully. On deck, Dairy Market Steer, middleweight class 22. Ethan Guilford, Samantha Mavis, and Weston Yoder. In the hole, Dairy Market Steer, heavyweight, class 23, Ethan Guilford, Samantha Mavis, and Renee Bach.
Two lightweight dairy steers in that 1,200-pound range. Both of them don't have enough finish on them at this point in time. The young man's calf that I started with is a heavier muscle calf in terms of his loin and rump out over the top part of his upper thigh. The young man's calf in second spot maybe has a little bit of cover, more cover up there on the upper rib. But this calf is not as balanced. He's a little heavier up there in the front end than he is in the rear end. When you view him on the side, he just doesn't have quite the balance. But two lightweight calves that both of them just need a few more days at the feed box.
The Dairy Market Steer Lightweight Class 21. Second place, Trace Schooley. First place, Oakley Schrader. The champion lightweight dairy steer is also Oakley Schrader. The trophy is sponsored by Carpet Unlimited. Now entering the ring, Dairy Market Steer Middleweight Class 22. Ethan Guilford, Samantha Mavis, and Weston Mueller. On deck, Dairy Market Steer Heavyweight Class 23. Ethan Guilford, Samantha Mavis, and Renee Bach.
good combination finished Holstein steer in the one that we start with, young man in the black shirt. Here's a calf that is more modern in his frame. He shows more natural muscling and thickness over his props and rib. He's wider over his loin. He's square in that hip and through the center of his stifle muscle. And he's got some cover. He could use maybe a little bit more, but he's got some on him. We see it up there as evidence in the brisket and in his rear flank. So he kind of comes to the top of the class pretty handily because of his cutability and his quality. Young lady's calf next in line, a nice big long-bodied calf, a real pretty calf in terms of his height. He's not quite as wide and square in that rump region and through that rear quarter, but he has very desirable amount of finish on his upper and lower rib, and he's going to have a pretty good cutability as well. And then finishing the class with the big white calf, he's the largest frame steer, and he carries the least amount of finish today. He's a calf that's just not quite as balanced, but certainly the young man's done a nice job feeding him. He's just one of those really, really large animals that it takes a lot of pounds, a lot of days, and a lot of money to get him to the desired endpoint.
Dairy Market Steer, middleweight, class 22. Third place, Weston Yoder. Second place, Samantha Mavis. And first place, Ethan Guilford. Champion middleweight dairy steer is Ethan Guilford. His trophy is sponsored by Carpet Unlimited. Now entering the ring, Dairy Market Steer heavyweight class 23. Ethan Guilford, Samantha Mavis, and Renee Bach.
A real nicely balanced calf in first place in this particular class. He carries a higher degree of finish over the upper and lower rib. He's got more finish up there in his brisket and in his elbow flank. He's a calf that certainly is still real smooth about his muscle pattern. He's not a great big horsey animal, but at these weights, he carries it pretty well, and he's a good combination calf in terms of cutability and quality. And then we come to two nice big frame calves. The advantage goes to the young man's calf because this animal has a little more finish on his upper and lower rib. We see a little bit more evidence up there in that brisket area. And then the young lady's calf, certainly really clean made, high cutability calf, but just not quite as much cover, not quite as much finish today as the two that are leading out in front of her.
Dairy Market Steer Heavyweight Class 23. Third place, Renee Bach. Second place, Ethan Guilford. And first place, Samantha Mavis. Champion Heavyweight Dairy Steer is Samantha Mavis. Her trophy is sponsored by Jeff and Kathy Holtzberry family. Now entering the ring is Grand Champion Overall Market Dairy Steer Oakley Schrader, Trace Schooley, Ethan Guilford, Samantha Mavis, Ethan Guilford, and Samantha Mavis.
Let's give these exhibitors a nice hand for their effort with the big steers. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of feed, and it takes a lot of work to raise one of these, and these kids are really done a good job. I'm really pleased with the quality that they brought to the show today, and I think they're real savvy young cattle people. Certainly a boon to the cattle business in general. A market animal needs to have a combination of quality and cutability. Quality is how much fat is over the carcass so that there's enough cover so that the carcass doesn't shrink excessively and dry out too much when it hangs on the rail in the cooler. We want to have enough fat cover over that carcass so that it also has some intermuscular fat called marbling. Marbling is what gives our beef that really wonderful mouthfeel and the taste and the flavor. So we have to have cattle that have finish on them, but not too fat so that they're too wasty, because nobody wants to be unhealthy and eat too much fat these days. So it's kind of a tricky combination. Cutability is how much muscle is in the carcass and where that muscle is. If it's in the more valuable cuts or in the less valuable cuts. Now the front end, the shoulder, the brisket, that area, even though that has really, really beefy flavor, it doesn't sell for as much per pound as do the ribeye steaks and the T-bone steaks and so forth. So we want to see this thickness and muscle development to be in those portions of the calf's body where the high price cuts come from. And that's where cutability comes in. We want them to be trim and clean so they don't have too much waste and too much bone, too much extra fat and skin to throw away. So it's kind of a tricky combination. But when we're talking about finished market beef, we've got one out here that fits the bill pretty nicely. That's going to be our champion. That's this young lady's calf right here. Middleweight is going to be our reserve champion. A nice moderate frame steer, certainly going to be a high cutability animal, and he has some eye appeal as well. Really good class. Thank you, boys and girls.
Our grand champion overall market dairy steer is Samantha Mavis. Her banner and ribbon is sponsored by Brian and Krista Schrader. Our reserve champion overall market dairy steer is Ethan Guilford. His banner and ribbon is sponsored by Pendleton Farms. Now entering the ring, Market Heifer Class 24, Levi Mavis and Audra Case. On deck is Beef Market Steer Lightweight Class 25, Madison Sprout and Riley Schindler. In the hole is Beef Market Steer Middleweight Class 26, Natalie Troyer and Amelia Hearn.
Young ladies, black and white Holstein heifer here is our champion market heifer. I think she's really, really complete in her type and kind. She's really muscular. She's still clean from it. She's got some cover on that upper and lower rib. We see some finish up there in that brisket and that flank area. She tops the class pretty handily. She's going to have a good combination of cutability and quality. Young man's heifer, a little lighter made in her kind. Certainly got a little bit of finish on her. Just not quite as much bone, not much total muscle volume.
Market heifer class 24. Second place, Levi Mavis. First place, Audrey Case. Our champion market heifer is Audra Case. Her trophy is in memory of Nellie Richer. In the ring is Beef Market Steer Lightweight Class 25, Madison Sprout and Riley Schindler. On deck is Beef Market Steer Middleweight Class 26, Natalie Troyer and Amelia Hearn. In the hole, Beef Market Steer Heavyweight Class 27, Elizabeth Bach and Logan Schrader.
this lightweight class, we have two pretty nice calves. Young lady, pull him right beside me there, in the second spot. There you go. I've started with the flashy white marked calf, granting that he's the heaviest muscle calf. However, he has some things about him that I don't care for. He's extremely straight up there in his front shoulder. He still gets around and moves pretty decently for as straight as he is in his hind hock as well. He's really, really big topped. He's big butted. He's going to have a really desirable carcass, but I'd sure like to see him be structurally more correct and more sound. The little black calf next to him there, much, much better on the feet and legs, much, much better up there at the shoulder. But this calf doesn't have as much finish. He's not as wide in that crops and rib area where he's top. He's admirable in his rump and through his quarter, but he's just out-muscled by the smaller black and white calf that comes out above him. So structurally, really, really good kind of a calf. He's just not quite as powerful in terms of total muscle volume as the calf that leads the class.
Beef market steer, lightweight, class 25. Second place, Madison Sproul. First place, Riley Schindler. Our champion lightweight beef steer is Riley Schindler. Her trophy is sponsored by Jewel Grain Company. Now entering the ring, beef market steer middleweight, class 26. Natalie Troyer and Amelia Hearn. On deck is beef market steer heavyweight, class 27. Elizabeth Bach and Logan Schrader. In the hole is our overall market beef steer champion.
A real nice moderate weight, middleweight, crossbred black calf here in front of me. He certainly has a lot of balance and eye appeal. He's really, really clean fronted. He carries tremendous muscle volume all the way down his top and through those expensive cuts. He's got a great big wide hip, a lot of stifle muscle expression, and he's real uniform in his cover. So he tops this class pretty easily. He's just a really good one. The black calf at second spot is a little rough in his makeup. He certainly is really thick. He's got a lot of power there, but he's a little bit more not quite as consistent in his cover or fat. He's got some finish up there in his brisket and at the point of his shoulder. He's got some finish in the lower rib, but not quite as much down over his top. So we don't see quite the consistency in muscle pattern or in finish as we do in that fancy black calf that led the class.
Beef market steer middleweight class 26. Second place, Amelia Hurd. First place, Natalie Troyer. Our champion middleweight beef steer is Natalie Troyer. Her trophy is sponsored by Redger Custom Baling. Now entering the ring, beef market steer heavyweight class 27, Elizabeth Bach and Logan Schrader. On deck, we have champion overall market beef steer, Riley Schindler, Madison Sprout, Natalie Troyer, Amelia Hearn, Elizabeth Bach, and Logan Schrader.
Champion steer goes to the young man with the blue shirt here. Here's a calf that's really, really complete. He's just so pretty in his design. He's clean made, he's clean fronted, he's smooth shouldered. He's sound on his feet and legs. He can get out and take a big long stride. He's got enough finish in his uniform from front to rear, top to bottom. He's a calf that really kind of fits all of my categories for a good champion market steer. And I really like the combination of cutability, style, quality, and balance that he shows. The young lady's calf is certainly a good one in his own right. I appreciate his depth of body. I appreciate that big, thick quarter that he has on him. But he's a little coarser fronted. He's a little heavier up there in that neck and front shoulder than the calf that went out. Maybe not quite as goosey neck, not quite as pretty in that area. He's got plenty of finish on him. He's not overdone. I think he's a really, really good one, and I think it was pretty close. But I just like the combination of style, balance, and cutability on the young man's calf.
Beef market steer, heavyweight, class 27. Second place, Elizabeth Block, and first place, Logan Schrader. The champion heavyweight beef steer is Logan Schrader. His trophy is sponsored by the Rivars Family Showhorns. Now entering the ring is the champion overall market beef steer. Madison Sproul, Riley Schindler, Natalie Troyer, Amelia Hearn, Elizabeth Bach, and Logan Schrader.
Those of you bringing in your second places, you should be standing across the arena from the calf you stood second to. So light, medium, heavy. Let's give all these kids a nice round of applause. Golly, what a good beef show you guys presented today. It's been a long day. It's been a hot day. I certainly appreciate all the effort that these youngsters put in. And I appreciate all of the backing that they have from mom and dad and grandpa and grandma and cousins and brothers and whoever helped you. Please, boys and girls, remember to thank everybody who helped you get here today to this show ring, to achieve some success that you're never going to forget about as long as you live. It's certainly been my pleasure to be here and work with these outstanding kids. I always know I'm going to see some really, really good cattle when I come up here. And without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and make my announcement for who is champion and who is reserve. Thank you so much. And please remember, boys and girls, if you didn't place where you wanted to, or where you thought you should, please please don't quit. Please don't give up. Keep working, keep trying, keep learning, and keep growing. This shows one judge's opinion on one day, but it's certainly been fun. I have enjoyed it, and thank you so much for such a good cattle show.
Your reserve champion overall market beef steer is Elizabeth Bach. Her banner and ribbon is sponsored by Mommy Explorers 4-H Club. And your grand champion overall market beef steer is Logan Schrader. His banner and ribbon is sponsored by the Whippoorwills 4-H Club.
And with that, we're going to wrap up the beef show for the 2025 Defiance County Fair, the Junior Fair Board. I want to thank you all for joining us this evening. Hope you enjoyed the live coverage we had for you here on the HIX-TV YouTube channel. Thanks again to all of the entrants, all of the competitors, all of the sponsors for the awards, the banners, the trophies. We appreciate that very much. We also want to say a thank you. You can ask to pass along thanks from the Junior Fair Board to Current Office Solutions. They supply the printers, the copiers, paper, and everything that they utilize during all these livestock sales. And also, of course, SMTA Internet Services, providing us with the great, reliable Wi-Fi that we utilize.
Thank you all for attending the 2025 Beef Show.
Livestock shows that we do.
Everyone have a good night.
Defiance County Fair. So I want to thank them. I also want to say again a big thank you to the Hicksville Volunteer Firefighters Association, to the Hicksville Bank member FDIC, and to Bruce Guilford Real Estate and Auctioneering Services, our 3 silver level underwriters, bringing us the coverage here this evening as well. And of course, the volunteer firefighters, you can find out what they're up to. Check them out on Facebook. Bruce Guilford Real Estate Auctioneering online at guilford-realestate.com. And of course, the Hicksville Bank member FDIC is online at www.thb.bank. Information for the main branch in Hicksville and all the other branches they have around the area. So it has been a long evening. We got started at 5 o'clock, and a quick time check, it's about 5 minutes after 11, so a little over 6 hours for this live stream. And my thanks to all of you that stuck it out with us for the entirety of the broadcast. And again, we hope you enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed bringing it to you. This is just the start of our fair live stream coverage. We'll be back here in the show arena again tomorrow at the same time, 5 p.m. It'll be the swine show. It's going to be another hot, sultry day, and hopefully maybe not a 6-hour live stream, but we'll be here as long as we need to be here, and we'll look forward to that. And of course, lots more fair coverage that we will have for you throughout the week right here
on Hicksville Community Television. So with that, we're going to wrap it up for this live stream. Again, I want to thank you so much for joining me live from the show arena this evening. And until I talk again tomorrow, take care, everybody. Stay safe and stay cool. Remember to dress for the weather tomorrow. And I'll talk to you again real soon right here on HIX-TV.